What's your major thing? Oh, yeah.
Okay, come, let's start. Okay. We have a proposal to start the co-option 2 for the 46 Science Club Management Committee open elections. 46 Science Club Management Committee, Jun Feng. We have a seconder for his motion, Dylan.
Hi, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
We have a proposal to grant speaking rights to the floor, Jun Feng. We have a seconder for his motion, Dylan.
Hi, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
We have a proposal to open loop 4 of the co-option 2 of the internal elections for the 46 Science Club Management Committee open elections. Jun Feng. We have a seconder for his motion, Dylan.
Hi, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
We have a proposal to open the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Jun Feng. Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. You have a seconder for his motion, Dylan?
Hi, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
We have a proposal to open the nominations of the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Jun Feng. Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. We have a seconder for his motion, Dylan?
Hi, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Dylan?
Hi, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to nominate Bujita Venkatraman Balaji for the portfolio of Science.
Year
1 Life Sciences for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director.
For the
46 Science Club Management Committee.
Okay. May I have a seconder for his motion, Dylan?
No, I can't see any Year 1 People Science and Analytics second this motion.
Okay, can. Bujita Venkatraman Balaji, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? You have to say the whole line.
He said, I, Bujita Venkatraman Balaji, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to accept the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I, Bujita Venkatraman Balaji, Year 1 Life Sciences student, would like to accept the portfolio.
The nomination for the portfolio of?
The nomination for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management.
Okay, can. Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Dylan?
I, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to nominate Anya Krishna Raja for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
We have a seconder for his motion, Rina.
I, Tansi and Rina, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics second this motion.
Anya Krishna Raja, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee?
I, Anya Krishna Raja, Year 1 Environmental Studies, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, we have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Jun Feng.
Hi, Chemistry would like to propose to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for his motion, Dylan?
I, Low Session, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences would like to second this motion.
Okay, can. So, Pujita and Anya, you can come up. So we'll be drawing lots. Okay, inside this team, there are only 2 alphabets, A and B. If you get A, you go first. If you get B, you go second. Okay, who wants to go first? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so Pujita has gotten A, Anya has gotten B, so Pujita will go first. Who will be escorting? Okay, can. So Alan will be escorting Anya out. Okay, Pujita Venkataraman Balaji, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for the Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, you may start the timer when she starts. Okay, so you can come up.
At the same time. Yeah. Reach. Yeah.
Wait, it's still baking. Sorry.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, so hi guys, I'm Bujita. I'm running for the Sci-Fi Induction Director role. And so these are the table of contents that I'll be going through for today. So firstly, I would like to share more about myself and why I choose sci-fi and my visions for sci-fi, the roles and responsibilities that I would have towards my com, my strengths and weaknesses, and lastly, why me. So firstly, my name is Pujita. I'm a year one life science student. So my hobbies are crocheting, reading, and running. So I actually convinced like my right friends to go running with me this year for the run at NUS 10 km. They all hated me afterwards, but yeah. And one fun fact about me is that I learned how to do a handstand in 5 minutes. And my NUS experience so far started off with SCAM. So my very first experience was SCAM, and the culture in SCAM was really amazing. The OJOs were all very nice and friendly. And through SCAM, I got introduced to REC. And I joined REC as part of the floats department to help out with the floats department for the summer. And it was one of my favorite experience. And winning gold with all the dancers and costumers and floaters was one of the best experience that I had this year. And through REC, I also went to flag with all my other friends, and my flag day was very interesting because I kept getting rejected and turned down. But since I went with my friends, it made my experience really fun. And I'm very grateful to say that I'm a local student. I have a lot of opportunity to be a part of all of these events, to make friends and get the freshman experience. But then it can't. The opportunity is not the same for everyone, lah. So for me, I was able to join all these programs because I was a local student. I was able to join the orientation program. But then for the look, international students is a bit harder because their admission timeline is different, and since it's different, their acceptance offer is also very different. And I feel like sci-fi is only one of the camps that they all can join to get the freshman experience. And my hope would be that I want to get the experience that I got. I want to ensure that everyone in science is able to get it, and the international students included. So my vision for the camp would be that I want to have an inclusive camp such that there's 50% locals and 50% international students. This is to ensure that there is some attention given to the local students as well, and 50% international students, so that we can't accommodate everyone, but we should try to accommodate as much people as possible. So 50% international. And I want to help to integrate the students, international students, into our culture and get them the first taste of NUS in Singapore so they have the best impression of us, and also help to integrate the local students to the international student, because it has to go both ways. We have to learn their ways and they learn more about us. And obviously the students, all of us, we had to pay for the camps, and it's only fair if they have the best experience. So I want to make the camp as fun as possible, as well as informative, so that when they leave the camp, it's not just a fun experience for them, they also take away something like more information about NUS and how things work here. Lastly, I want to break the ice between international and local students. Personally, when I go for tutorials and lectures, I can see that there's some divide between the international students and the local students. I know it's impossible to fully break the ice, but I feel like through sci-fi, I want to ease the connection making, and I want to ensure that they are able to form genuine friendships. And for my subcom, my vision would be that we are a close-knit, fun, memorable team. Because from the previous sci-fi FOPCC committee, I heard from the previous director that the community wasn't very bonded, and it hindered the decision-making processes and how things work for them. So I feel that if we have a more bonded team, it will be better for us. And I also want to ensure that there's equal participation and active involvement from everyone, because to pull the event off like sci-fi, everyone has to be included and everyone has to play their part so that everyone is aware of what's going on. And I also hope that the communication is open across all the subcoms within my subcom. So I want to ensure that the games are aware of what the logistics is supposed to do, the logistics are aware of what's going on with the games, and publicity knows what's going on, vice versa. And this is to ensure that everyone knows and everyone has a stake in the camp, everyone knows what's going on, so they're not clueless when like a situation arises and we need help from each other's subcom. And my personal roles and responsibilities, I believe, for sci-fi subcom would be to set the vision and align the subcom members such that we are all working towards a shared common goal. And secondly would also be to coordinate the storyline with the one FOB. So this year the one FOB is back, so I know that I need to work closely with all the other camp and SAL directors so that we can have the storyline seamlessly done. And I also need to ensure that safety is always there, not just for the freshmen, but also for my subcom when we are planning the games and trying out the games. Budget and feasibility is also important, such that I don't stress on my secretary and treasurer, as well as like the Hon Gen Sec and treasurer. And I feel like not everything will go according to plan exactly the way we plan it. So AAR is very important. So AAR is important such that we can always learn from the mistakes that we made, the challenges that we faced, and what we are going to do henceforth to ensure that we can improve our plan for the next game trial or next pre-camp or whatever it is. And lastly, I would like to ensure the welfare of the freshmen is always there whenever during the camp. And I also want to ensure that the subcom members, their welfare is not compromised by doing a lot of things as well. And I know that my stakeholders are these people. So for the VP FOP, I'll ensure that my proposals will be submitted on time such that he don't have any additional work, so that he can pass on the proposal to the president easily and get the approval. And for my Hon Gen treasurer and secretary, I'll ensure that my secretary and treasurer would work closely with you guys so as to minimize the workload that you guys have. And for VPI and sponsors, I'll ensure that my marketing team aligns with the goals and guidelines that Brenda has, so that she also has lesser workload. And for SDU and NUSU, every time we are planning to submit a proposal, I will ensure that the proposal is backed up with valid reasons and justifications such that they will have no reasons to reject. And for NUSU, for external events such as going out of NUS Day, if there is a reason to get their approval, I ensure that the proposals are planned earlier on such that there's a lot of, there's buffer time in case we need to change things. And my past leadership roles would be, I was the overall in charge for Fanorama for my junior college in JC1 and JC2. That event really taught me that I need to be prepared for the unexpected because anything can go wrong in the last minute, and there was a lot of changes that had to be made to the booth on the day itself. So that taught me to be prepared for everything and to have foresight so that I could be planned better. And so as the overall in charge, I was like the middle person, so I had to coordinate with the teachers, get their feedback, and then forward it to my class, and then ensure that everyone is aware of what's happening. I was also a welfare representative for my CCA art club, so that gave me some experiences on how to plan for small scale bonding sessions and ensure that there's good communication, a good relationship between everyone. And I was also the vice president of my CCA in secondary 3 and 4, and also a student leadership group in my secondary school, Christ Ambassador. So I would say that my strengths and weaknesses are these. I would like to say that I'm quite confident, so I wouldn't be afraid to say what I think of. I'm a good communicator because I believe that communication is very, very important to avoid any misconception and misunderstanding between people. I'm also a team player. I feel like I work well with people and I thrive around people. So yeah, and I'm also quite organized and reliable. I like to keep track of the things I do and how I do it so that in case there's something comes up or something's wrong, I can always go back and rely on it and check on it. And I work well under pressure, I would say, because I don't get, if there's a very challenging or stressful situation, I don't give up easily. I don't walk away from the situation. I sit down, sit there, and think about solutions on how to face this challenge and improve. And I believe that a strong passion for sci-fi is definitely important. If there's no passion, then I don't think you put your 100% heart into it. So my strong passion for sci-fi is also a strength. Many people would think, why am I running for this role now, not during co-op 1 or 2, but or like co-op 1 or internal election, like main election. Honestly, when I first came into NUS, I was scared, and the COVID talk happened like before school started. And honestly, I was scared of how I'd be able to manage the workload, academics, and now 2 months into uni, I feel like I have a rough idea of how everything works. So, and I know how to manage my academic side. So I feel like now I can focus on my leadership as well. And now that I'm already in the subcom, I know how to work well with my people. I know how to work well with the directors. So I feel like now I'm better prepared for the role. My weaknesses would be that I'm a people's pleaser. It's very easy to get me to say yes because I don't like saying no to people. That also kind of makes me sometimes hesitant to be firm on what I want. I'm working on that because I know that in a leadership and a group setting, it's very hard to please everyone. So I believe that now that I know my weakness, I am working on how to efficiently prioritize time and effort and decision-making skills such that we make decisions for the majority, but not saying the majority is always right. Make decisions based on what is right for everyone. I'm also sometimes very detail-oriented and perfectionist. I like to do things very like by according to plan. I want everything to go my way. I feel like sometimes there's a very big weakness because we need to look at the bigger picture and ensure that in the long run it's all sustainable, not just now. And my working style is like I like to plan and have a timeline of what everything and when everything needs to be done. And I prefer completing all my tasks early because I don't like rushing because I feel like if I rush, my quality of work and the quality of my proposals will be very bad. So I always like to finish everything before. So usually what I do is if the deadline is, for example, on the 19th, I set a personal deadline to be done with everything by 15. So I can send the proposal in early, get feedback from people around me, get their opinions, and then improve it based on what they say. And I work very well with people also, and I'm very, very open to constructive feedback because I feel like not everything I say is 100% correct, and I would always like to get feedback and a lot of comments so that I can better improve myself. And I really value teamwork because and communication, because everyone needs to work together. It's not about me, it's not about the logistics, or it's not about the games. This event is for everyone, and everyone has to put in equal effort and energy, and the success comes from the entire team. So I believe that everyone needs to work hard towards it, and yeah. And lastly, why me? I feel like I'm a very bubbly and approachable person. I'm very full of energy, and I'll always be there for everyone. And I'm quite dependable. And just because I'm friendly doesn't mean I'm also not responsible. There's a good balance between friendliness and responsibility for me. And I want to be a part of SCMC and contribute to something meaningful. And I believe that I'm not a very selfish person. I'm quite selfless. So if anyone else here needs help, also I'll be willing to help all the time. And I want to create long-lasting memories with my team. And I want to grow alongside people that are passionate and very supportive of what they are doing. And lastly, I'm very excited to give back to the science community that once welcomed me into NUS Youth Camp, and I want the experiences that I had to be amplified for the next freshman. So yeah, thank you for your attention.
Pujita Venkatrama Balaji, you have 7 minutes and 6 seconds left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Pujita Venkatrama Balaji for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Jun Fong.
Hi, I'm Jim from the Chemistry. Would like to propose open the Q&A for the nominee Vijita Year 1 Life Sciences for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Dylan?
I, Sasha Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Hello.
Pujita Venkatrama Balaji, you have 45 minutes for Q&A. Okay, Evelyn.
I am Minglan, your candidate finance. I have one question for you. During the preparation of Science 5 Camp, your subcommittee treasurer informed you that your subcommittee is running low on funds and may not be able to cover expenses for the final day of the camp. Outline your course of action.
Could you repeat the question?
During the preparation of Science 5 Camp, your subcommittee treasurer informed you that your subcommittee is running low on funds and may not be able to cover expenses for the final day of the camp. Outline your course of action.
By preparation, you meant before the camp itself, right? Okay. Okay, so firstly, if my treasurer lets me know that we are running low on budget, so I will firstly ask them about how much money we have left and how much we need more. And I would ask for the third day, right? So I would ask them to give me a breakdown on what items that we can buy and what items we cannot financially support for the third day. And see if there's any unnecessary logistical item that we can cut down for the third day. Like for example, if there's like something we need to buy for the games for the third day, let's see if the subcom members they have anything that they can bring and support this, us instead of us having to spend money to buy that. I know that for all 3 days we would be providing dinner. So lunch, sorry, my bad. Lunch. So lunch is essentials, and anything that is essential for the welfare and well-being for the freshmen, I'll ensure that we don't cut down on that. Anything else that can be cut down, like for example, games, like papers, we need to buy papers, then we can try to use newspapers. Anything that we can cut down, I'll try to cut down. And what I'll try to do is I'll try to ensure that we can reduce the amount of spendage that we have for day 3 first. If we cannot fund for day 3, what I would like to do is day 1 and day 2, see how we can reduce the budget for that, see if there are any unnecessary items that we are buying, anything that we can bring from home, or I can ask you all for support if you guys have any of the things that you can contribute first. If even after doing all of that, I'm not able to fully fund the budget, what I can do is I would speak with the honorary treasurer, ask them if they have any additional extra budget that they can help us out with, and speak rationale, give them reasons as to why we need the extra budget and that we already tried to cut down on everything. And these are like some of the essential items that we need. If possible, I'll try to ask for budget. If not, then that's good as well, because everyone has their own budget and everyone needs the money, and every other subcom is equally as important as mine is. So I'll ensure that we are able to try and reallocate the budget such that we can cover for the number of days that we need. And if we cannot, then I would suggest we can chip in some money first, then we can have a fundraiser afterwards to pay back everyone that paid to help out. Yeah.
Hi, Jamal, Radio Chillers and Analytics. I have two questions. So, first question is in your presentation, you mentioned you want to do 50-50, right?
Yeah.
For local and international. So, given how in the past it's been very hard and you've always not been able to keep that, how do you intend to do it differently?
So, firstly, I would like to propose that we have two sign-ups for it. So, the initial sign-up and final sign-up. So, what I'm suggesting is, for the initial sign, we can firstly fix the rough number of students that we would like to take in for sci-fi this year. Then, based on that, we can fix 50-50. So, 50 for the local students and 50 for the international students. So, what we can do is, we can send out an initial sign-up form just for the local students first, and create some publicity about sci-fi first, and then send out the forms for the initial sign-up, and then we can take in the freshmen until we hit the 50% target. And then the second sign-up would be for the international local students. So I know that the application timeline and acceptance letter is all very different for us compared to them. So what I suggest that we can do is, before the application processes and acceptance letter is out for them, what we can do is we can gather information about the universities that the local students usually come from, and then we can send out some publicity and information about sci-fi to them, and then we can ensure that the students are aware that, oh, such a camp is actually happening. So once they get the acceptance offer, once they accept, they will be aware that, okay, this camp is happening, the sign up would be from this period to this period, so they'll have a chance of signing up for the camp. So I believe that if there's two sign-ups, you would be able to ensure that the first sign-up would be for the local students. We can get it until we hit the target. And then the second sign-up for the international students, they are able to join if they want to. And in the case that we don't hit 50-50 as we plan, what I suggest is we can open up the second sign-ups to the local students as well. Because we have a rough plan and we buy logistics, we buy food, shirts, we pre-order everything based on like the rough planning that we had lah. So in the case we can't get 50-50, if let's say we only get 25 or 30%, to let go of the planning that we did for the 20% would be a waste of time and effort. So we can open up the sign up for the locals that maybe initially applied, they couldn't get in. We can send them an email saying, okay, now we have availability. Would you be willing to join? So that even if I can't get my whole of 50-50, the effort and planning of the com doesn't go to waste. So yeah.
Second question is, in a hypothetical scenario, the day before you're going out of NUS segment, you find out that one of the venues outside have not been confirmed yet. What would be your course of action?
My suggested plan would be that firstly, I will inform my VPFOP that the location hasn't been confirmed yet, and then I will ask my secretary as to why the location wasn't confirmed yet, and get to know the reasoning. Was it anything with the planning, anything with the proposal submission? And I would have talked to the VPFOP and Honjensec, because I know the Honjensec is also very important for venues and formatting. So I know that NUSU has to approve the locations that we are proposing to go out for. So what I would like to suggest is we can have a meeting the day before. Like I could suggest to have like a last minute meeting with all these members and see if they are available for that and down for the meeting. If not, I could submit an email to them regarding this issue and see if there's any way we can confirm the location before before the day itself. In the case that we're not able to confirm the location that day, what I would suggest is that we will bring forward one of the other days. So right now the plan is to have 4 days, and the going out segment is supposed to be on day 2. So what I suggest is that what we can do is that instead of having the go out section on day 2, I propose that we bring it to day 4. So we have day 2 and day 3 to submit a proposal to NUSU, Honjensec, and VPFOP to get his approval from the president. So it's like buying us some time to get the location approved by day 4. So in the case that by day 4, we are able to get the venue and location confirmed, yay, so we can still go out for the new for the go out of NUS segment. So in the case that we are completely unable to go, in the case that our venue gets rejected, and we'll probably have a backup plan. So we can try using the backup locations. We can send in multiple locations. If all of it get rejected, what we can do is I suggest that we can have a virtual tour. Instead of bringing them around, we can bring the locations to them. So by day 2 or 3, we should know if the location will be approved or not lah. So if it doesn't get approved, what we can do is ask, maybe we can send some of our members to go out, film at the locations, and then whatever that plans that we had there, we can bring those plans to them in NUS itself. And for that, I know that the outside of NUS segment, we probably wouldn't have booked a location for us. So if it gets rejected, I'll also ensure that multiple locations are booked for the OGs so that we can bring them to the different locations and then share more about Singapore, around the Singapore section in school itself. So yeah, that will be my course of action.
Hi, Nancy and Rina, year 1, data science and analytics. I have one question for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, a few of your subcommittee members were sick to be mocking the international students, and there is a post made on NUS confessing. What is your course of action? For minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, a few of your subcommittee members were sick to be mocking the international students, and there is a post made on NUS confessing. What is your course of action?
So firstly, what I would like to do is, I know that NUS Confessit, half of it is true, half of it is not true. We know that a lot of rumors get spread around in NUS Confessit. So firstly, what I would like to do is, after the day that it happened, on the day itself, I would organize for all my subcom members to come with me, have a talk. I don't like to blame throw, because I feel like if you throw blames and it actually didn't happen, it will sour the relationship that we have. So what I would like to do is, I will ask them truthfully. If they did make the remarks, I would like for them to let me know. I know that they won't own up to it, but I believe that we're all mature enough here to know what is right and what is wrong. So I feel that I'll ask them to let me know what happened. In the case they say that no, nothing happened, they did not say anything, and it does happen to be a rumor, what I would like to do next is, I would like to know why a rumor got spread. It has to have started somewhere, right? So what I would do is, I'll check in with the OGLs and ask them if they know of any such events that happen, get to know if they had any idea of what happened, and then I'll also ask them to check in with the international students themselves first, check in with them, ensure that they're all right, if they had went through any experiences like this, and OGLs per group there will be about 2 to 3, and I can get the two to three of them to talk to like three to five of the different international students and get to know if any of such event has actually occurred lah. If in the case I did find out that it had happened, my next course of action would be that I will get to know which student, and I'll talk to the student and ask which one of the subcom members said what they said. And I wouldn't bring it up to the entire subcom afterwards. What I would do is, I'll talk to this person or these people in person, and I'll let them know that, okay, whatever they say is not very nice to say, because obviously it's not very nice to be mocking people around, and especially international students, because it's their first time in Singapore and it's their first time in NUS also. What we do leaves an impression of what they know of us and what they think of everything that's happening here lah. So I will talk to this subcom member or members, let them know what they did was wrong, and ensure that they don't do it again. So let's say it was in a group setting where they said what they said. What I would do is, I'll try to break up the groups. I'll ensure that these people, the people that said what they said, they are separated and they are put into different locations. So make sure that I pair them up, or I group them up with other subcom members. Like for example, two of the friends were saying this at a game station. Then I will change the rotation such that one of them is paired with another person, and ensure that these people, they will take care of each other and ensure that they won't do it again. In the case that the incident actually did not happen and it was a rumor, I wouldn't clarify it on NUS confession, because that would just seem like we're trying to protect ourselves. I will talk about it in front of everyone here. So I'll just let them know that this happened, and let them know that, I've checked with everyone here, and everyone here said that it actually didn't happen. Sorry for like causing all this miscommunication and whatever. So yeah.
Question number one, in a hypothetical situation, during prep camp AR, you receive feedback that a segment is too confusing for participants to follow, and that it is not engaging. As such, they suggest that you completely revamp the mechanism of this segment. Outline your course of action. Communicators, in a hypothetical scenario, during prep camp AR, you receive feedback that a segment is too confusing for participants to follow, and that it is not engaging. As such, they suggest that you completely revamp the mechanism of the segment. Outline your course of action.
The prep camp is usually before the actual camp itself. So firstly, when we are having the game trials, what I would like to do is, or whatever segment it was, what I would like to do is I would get to know as to what they are confused about, so I can know where the confusion stems from, and then I can also get to know why. Because when we are planning, we have a set of rules and regulations and what we think will happen and what we think won't happen. So we plan according to that. But then when it actually happens in real life, it could be a lot different. So firstly, it's very important to get their opinions on the people who play their games. It's very important to get their opinions of what they think. So if they think it's confusing, then there must be something that is going wrong. So I acknowledge that. So what I would do is get to know what they think is confusing about the game, what they feel is not engaging, because to the game, to us something might be engaging, to them it might not be. So ask them what they would like to change. And I feel like this confusion part can be cleared with communication. We can sit down, talk about. Firstly, I'll hear them out lah, because I cannot just talk from my side, because then we'll feel like I'm not listening to what they're saying. Then I'll get to know what they don't like and what they think is confusing. Then after that, what I will do is I will explain from my point of view, and then see if they get any idea any clearer. Then if they do, then it's good, and I will obviously take into consideration their feedback, because I can't be explaining the game like clearly and detailedly to every single one during every single run. So obviously I'll take in their feedback and change the game accordingly, change the segment accordingly. Because the prep camp is before the camp, and if we change everything, it's too last minute to completely revamp everything. And if we change everything, it's not just about changing the segment itself, it's about changing the logistics, it's about changing what we need to bring, it's about changing everything that we have already planned. So I think a complete revamp also is not 100% chance, 100% possibility that everything will be 100% clearer. Some things might work, some things might not work, and the revamp might lead to even more issues than if we don't revamp lah. So what I would do is get their opinion, and then after that, we can change the segment based on the comment. Not fully change it, because if we fully change it, there's a lot of other things that need to be changed as well. Logistics, budgeting, everything is affected. So I'll change everything based on the opinions and comments given. And then after that, I know it's very close to camp itself, and I know prep camp is already like very finalized proposals and things already. And maybe if a day, one of the days my subcom is available and free, what I will do is I will have a dry run of the segment with them, ensure that now everything is much clearer. And then after that, we can also have like a mini AAR and get their feedback on it lah, to see if compared to the previous time, the feedback has improved or not. So yeah.
Second question, in an hypothetical scenario, on day one of the actual camp, you realize that your committee members are not enthusiastic for their station master duty. As such, the whole atmosphere of the camp is down. Outline your thought process. Outline your thought process. For the minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, on day one of the actual camp, you realize that your committee members are not enthusiastic for their station master duty. As such, the whole atmosphere of the camp is down. Outline your thought process.
So firstly, what I would do is I will go and check in on them and ensure that they're all right, because I acknowledge that it's going to be very, very, very tiring, because a lot of the things we are going to be doing is going to be very, very back to back. So pre-prep camp, prep camp, then it's all like in a very short period of time as well. So I will acknowledge the fact that they are going to be tired, they are going to be not very hyper and enthusiastic as what we would have imagined for at the very first camp lah. So what I would personally do is as I'm very cheery and bubbly, and I talk to everyone, like almost everyone I know, and I'll personally visit the station and I'll talk to them. I'll ask them, "Are you guys okay? This is our last one last hurrah, like one last camp, and this is the actual camp." And I'll let them know that this is what we have worked for, like the whole whole of the semester. And I will let them know that I acknowledge that it's very hard for them also. It's hard for everyone. And I'll let them know that it's our last one and we should work for it together because it's a shared goal. And everyone has played a lot of work, and everyone had put in a lot of effort for it. So I'll ensure that they know that, okay, so if they are down, it's gonna ruin the atmosphere. Everyone else is also gonna be down. So I'll try to cheer them up, crack some jokes with them, ensure that they are okay, and then I also like bring in sweets and snacks. Like, who doesn't love food, right? So maybe they're feeling down, then I'll bring in some sweets like out of my own pocket, like snacks, drinks, get them to hype up, talk with them, spend some time with them at the game station, and then after that, I'll ensure that I visit every other game station, because it's not just important that I focus on the people that are feeling very unenthusiastic and down. It's very important for me to ensure that everyone is feeling okay and everyone is feeling all right. So I'll visit every other game station, ensure that they are all okay. Then maybe at the end of the day, what I would do is after the day ends, I'll talk to them, have a group meeting, make them known that, okay, I know you guys are tired, but it's our last game already and it's our last camp already. Let's give our best and let's set a best example and impression for the rest lah. So I'll just ensure that they're all okay, and yeah, so that's what I'll do.
I, your life sciences. I, No Sasha Dylan, your life sciences, would like to ask you two questions. In a hypothetical scenario, the sci-fi Proc's head is being very unresponsive and is skipping planning. The Proc's team is not getting work delegated to them. And when you get the GT proposal, the games are not up to standard. What is your course of action? Okay, for the minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, the sci-fi's program's head is being very unresponsive and is skipping planning. The program's team is not getting work delegated to them. And when you get the GT proposal, the games are not up to standard. What is your course of action?
We have a proposal for 50-minute time extension for Q&A.
I, Jennifer, the other chemistry would like to propose on 15 minutes time extension project.
We have a seconder for his motion, Dylan.
I, No Sasha Dylan, year one life sciences, would like to second this one.
Okay, minute takers, please accept.
So right now for the subcom, we only have one program's head, and if the program's head is very unresponsive, then it's going to be very detrimental for our subcom lah. So personally, what I would do is I would try to reach out to the program's head, give them a day or two to respond to me, and in the case they don't respond at all, then I know that something has to be done. So what I would do is I will ask for one of my other programs head that I know is very diligent, has been putting in a lot of work and effort, very frequently letting keep me up and whatsoever, right? I will ask for them to step up to become the program's head. And obviously, I can't just impose the role on them and the responsibility on them. I need to ask if they are willing and okay to step up, if they have the time and energy to do it. And if, yes, they do see they have the time and energy to do it, then I'll ask them to step up, and I'll let them know that their roles and responsibility would be to ensure that the game proposals, they are up to standard. Let them know that, okay, so you have to delegate the roles, ensure that we have a very good game proposal, weather plan, logistic rules and regulations and whatsoever that programs head need to be briefed about, I will brief it to them. And I know that the very recent game trial proposal wasn't up to standard, but I won't blame it on my games team because I know that they have put in their effort, but they didn't have someone to delegate the task. Then there might have been a lot of miscommunications that would have arisen based on that lah. So I know that it's very possible that all of these reasons would lead to the game proposal being very poorly done. It's not up to standard. So firstly, I would ask someone to step up. If they can step up, then it's good. Then they will help to delegate the role. Then I could give them a second deadline to submit a better and revamped proposal. And before all of that, what I would do is I'll talk to the subcom and let them know that, okay, so right now our program seat is being very unresponsive. I know that if I ask you all to increase the workload, it's going to be it's going to be a lot of effort and time for you guys. I know that, but then I'll ask them to bear with me, get them to do the work, and obviously let them know that it's going to be hard lah. But then if it's going to be hard, I'll be there for them, and if they in time to time need help, I'll also step in to help. In the case that no one is willing to step up, everyone just wants to be a programs executive, what I can do is that I'll ensure that the roles now, they are equally allocated, and then I will step up to be the step in like programs head, ensure that for every meeting I will delegate the work and responsibilities equally, such that things get done. Because we have a lot of we have like BPFOP who can step up and act in as a flag director and can act in as a sci-fi director. That means we can also have a sci-fi director that can act in to be a program head lah. So personally, that's what I would do. And I would delegate the workload based on what they are good at. So based on their strengths and weaknesses, so that when I ask for them to do something, they can do it well. They won't submit something that is not up to standard, so that everything flows smoothly. I don't have to keep getting things repeated or keep telling them that you guys are doing this wrong. So yeah, that's what I'll do.
Okay, my second question is, what will you do if GT clashes with scam or sounds GT?
Just to clarify, the GT would just be my subcom, right?
Yeah, most of them. Towards the end, you'll be involving SCMC members.
Sorry, the camp is the actual camp or the GT of the camps?
GT.
GT of
Yeah.
sci-fi clashes with GT of camp.
Or sound.
Okay, so personally in this situation, I know about my games. I know about what's happening for my own subcom. I'm well aware of the games, the logistics, and everything that needs to be done for my own. What I am unaware of is what happens for SCAM and SAO. Because my subcom, I am expected to know everything that happens in my subcom, and I will be aware of everything that is going on. So I think it's not fair for me to miss game trials and then just say, oh, I have to go for SAO and scam. But in the case that it does clash, I feel like in this scenario and situation, scam or SAO would take precedence because I also have responsibilities to you guys as a MC member. So I will also have to uphold to that. So what I would do is I would ask for my vice director of sci-fi to take charge and ensure that the game trial goes according to plan, ensure that everyone there participates equally, ensure that all the games they are going well, ensure that everyone is safe, and ensure that everyone is happy and their welfare is taken care of. Like I'll ask my director to step up, vice director to step up and help me in that scenario because as an MC member, I will have responsibilities to both, and I have to fill in for both. And I'm more knowledgeable about my own than for Scamp and Sao. So in that scenario, if Scamp and Sao needs me, and I also am aware that if I become MC member, I need to be an OGL for Scamp and Sao as well. So if I don't go for the game trials, I'm going to be very clueless during Scamp and Sao's games, and that's not very nice because that will reflect poorly upon us as a whole. So what I would do is I would go for the game trial for Scamp and Sao and ensure that I'm aware that what is happening with them so that I am playing my responsibilities fairly. And then usually the AAR would be after the game trials will be after the game trials. So what I propose is they have game trials first, then they can rest and relax. Then we can have the AAR on another day where I can be present so that I know what's happening and I'm aware of what's happening. Yeah, so I would try to be there for the AAR instead of the game trials for sci-fi, and I'll try to show up for the Scamp and South game trials so that I know what's going on in the entire committee, not just what's happening with mine.
I only way year one mathematics have one question for you. You have mentioned on how you will contribute as a sci-fi director in your presentation. However, little has been tapped on how you will contribute as an SCMC member. So can you elaborate on your vision and aspirations as an SCMC member? For the meet takers, I'll repeat the question again. You have mentioned on how you will contribute as a sci-fi director. However, little has been tapped on how you will contribute as an SCMC member. So can you elaborate on your vision and your aspirations as one?
My visions and aspirations for SCMC would be, firstly, I know if I get the opportunity to join you guys, I will be joining very, very, very late, and you guys already know each other well. So personally, I can't expect y'all to come and get to know me. I'm the one that's joining you guys late if I get to join. So personally, I will put in the effort to get to know each and every one of you and get to know your guys' role, what you do, all the problems that you guys have faced so far, and what you guys need help with. And I know that if SCMC is a big community and for everyone it's like a huge group of friends working together for a common goal. It's like we all have our responsibilities, but we function together as a whole. And I know that if I get the opportunity to become a sci-fi director, I won't just focus on sci-fi itself. I would ensure that I know what is happening in everyone's events. Just know that I'll be there, I'll be supportive, I'll join all of your events, and I'll ensure that I know what's happening lah. So I won't just stay in the dark, I won't just stick to one side. If SCAMP needs help, I'll be there to help out. If like sound needs help, I'll be there to help out. And I know that obviously there will be times that we won't be able to do everything alone. We do need friends, and you guys are the friends here. And I would also be the friend that you guys need when you guys need help. Like for example, if like I remember when I was in reg this year, there was one day after I think the rain or before one of the game proposals or whichever day, um, it rained really badly and we needed to repaint like a lot of things and we need to fix a lot of things. That day, I remember the dance. I think the costumes people also came down to help us out, and that definitely left a lasting impact on me because we don't function separately. Like for example, reg right got floats, dance, and costume. We must work together to achieve the goal. So SCMC is the same for me. Like SCAM South and Sci-Fi, they are all three different camps, but we have one FOP event, one FOP team. So we obviously have to work together. So my vision and aspiration would be that I will be there for everyone when you guys need me, and I would personally get to know y'all. And obviously, we do a lot of things. We need the recognition. I feel like SCMC is not appreciated enough. We do a lot of things for the science faculty members, and I personally feel that we deserve the recognition and for always helping to keep the students happy. So what I would propose is, obviously we can't go around publicizing, oh, we're amazing, support us, but we can try to get the students to support us better by just understanding the roles, just understanding us, helping us out in like any ways that we can, get them to give feedback, get them support. Maybe we can collect like a feedback and then we can share with everyone also. And yeah, that's what I would do. Get recognition, help everyone out, and ensure that we are all bonded and be there for each other. So yeah.
I, Losashan Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences, would like to ask you 2 questions. Okay, number 1. You know how sci-fi is going to be 4 days now, right? So how will you try your best to maintain camp fees and budget while adding an extra day? Okay, for the mini takers, how do you plan on keeping up with the new 4 days of sci-fi while trying your best to maintain camp fees and budget?
You want to maintain the camp fees, is it? Okay. Okay, so firstly, what I would like to do is for logistics, I feel like other than food, which is a necessity, is essential for everyone, logistics is something that takes up a lot of money. So, firstly, what I suggest is for props and things that we are going to be using for the camp, I suggest we make them by hand. I know making them by hand will take a lot more effort and time, but I feel like it leaves a more long-lasting impression and impact on the students that come as freshies. Because when I first came into the LT27 for camp, I think the LT was so well decorated and everything was handmade. Like there was a huge car here and all the props, everything that were there, they were all handmade. Everything went like everything that was moving. Then we were like so in awe. Like at the end of the days when they showed the leaderboard, they move it by hand and it was all like very magical for me. Like I didn't expect it was going to be that good. I thought it was just going to be just another orientation camp that I'm joining. But like seeing that everyone put in a lot of effort to make the props, to make everything, that definitely made an impression on me. And I feel like we can also try that for sci-fi, ensure that we can cut down on the logistics spent and try to make them handmade, like by using cardboard and whatever that we can. So the money that we can save from the logistics, it's not going to be a lot, but there would be some money that we can save. So that can be used for the funding for day four. And I remember last year there was a segment where for the outside of NUS, we gave them lunches. We brought lunches, we gave them lunches out, and I heard from the previous director that it was very hard for the rotation, like the food logistics to send them from one place to another. The rotation matrix was very hard, and it was very hard to get the food on time as well. And food is essential and it takes up most of the budgeting because there's going to be like 200 to 200 of the students and each meal is about $5 to $6. So what I suggest is for the outside of NUS segment event, what we can do is we can have lunches. We can ask them to bring like $3 to $5, and we can have students bring their own money and have their own lunch. So obviously we're going to be going out, and the location that we choose would be close to AED so that they're always safe. We'll be close to water coolers so that they're always hydrated, and there would be food sources around them, like hawker centers or whatever. So if I feel like if they bring money for their lunch, we can save the money from the lunch segment for the outside of NUS, and we can use that to plan for D4. And since food takes off majority of it, I feel like we should be able to fund for D4 based on the lunch that we can save. Because D4, the plan is now to have half a day, I think, until 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. So the lunch we can fund, and whatever budget that we can cut down from logistics for day, for all the other days can be used for day four as well. And the plan for day four currently is to have mass games and roam around NUS, I think. So for that, I think it's pretty low budget. We just need like bands and we just need to ensure that people are stationed everywhere to ensure that they're not getting lost. So I feel like the cutting down of lunch on the outside of NUS segment and cutting down money for logistics and props can help to fund for day four. In the case that it cannot, then we obviously have to approach the honorary treasurer if by any chance we can get any extra funds. If cannot, then we have to work with the tight budget that we have, cut down on any other unnecessary spending.
Okay. My second question is, how do you plan on keeping morale of Anya in the scenario that she doesn't make it as director? And vice versa, how do you plan on keeping motivated if you don't become director? Okay, for the minute takers, how do you plan on keeping morale of the other candidate if she doesn't become director? And vice versa, how do you plan on keeping motivated if you do not become the director?
Sorry, Fujita. Okay, in the interest of time, we'll ask you two more questions after this one. Okay? So one will come from Ben and one will come from Trifon.
So personally, if I touch wood don't get the role, I would be sad for a day or two because I put in a lot of effort to run for the role and to do for the IE here. So I would be sad, but eventually I did choose FOPCC slash sci-fi because I wanted the role. If I'm not in SEMC, it's okay because in the bigger picture, I'm still in the com. I'm still working with everyone else that I have built some connection with. So I would be sad, but I would be alright in a while because I'm still in FOPCC and I'm still playing my part as a vice director or whatever role that I have. So yeah, and in the case that Tachu Anya doesn't get it, I know that she's really, really talented at what she does. Like publicity, she's amazing. She takes a lot of initiative in what she does. And that one time when we were setting up the booth, she just came out with her camera to record the setup and get some behind the scenes. So I know that she would be sad too. She made a decision to run for the role. That means she wants it. And if she doesn't get it, she is going to be sad. We'll have a talk, just talk to each other, congratulate each other. Whoever gets it, not they get the better. Is whoever get it doesn't mean they're better lah. Personally, they're just more suited for the role. So just congratulate them. Just shake hands, good sportsmanship. We both run for it, and we did our best. So just acknowledge that, and maybe get her bubble tea because I know she likes bubble tea. We'll just go out and get like bubble tea, and she's an international student, so she likes trying bubble tea places. So we'll just go and drink bubble tea together or something. So yeah.
I will be using the one that's access with one question. In a hypothetical scenario, after accepting a science leader as a senior in sci-fi, come to your attention that there are numerous rumors surrounding the senior, including that of an alleged sexual harassment. Outline your course of action.
Trifon. Suppose you're at NSAO GD3 and you find multiple games that are similar to your games. Outline your course of action.
Personally, as you mentioned, seniors, rumors. So rumors, we don't know if they're true or false. So firstly, my course of action would be to talk to them and get to know the personality first, because it's very bad to just judge on first impression based on the rumors that you know of the person lah. So get to know their personality, and I feel like I'm a good judge of personality. I'll know the person based on how they talk to me and how they interact with me. And obviously, the seniors that we choose, they will have to go for 2 OGR trainings, I think, SJTR and some other training. So obviously, the seniors, they won't just go and become OGRs the way they are. They will have to undergo some learning. And obviously, if it's rumors, then good for him, it's all fake. And in case the rumors are not just rumors, it's actually some of the incidents are true, I would personally talk to the person, remind them that this behavior will not be accepted because the welfare of the freshmen comes first during the camp itself. And if they are, in any case, a threat to them, then we cannot obviously have them in our team. So maybe I'll judge their character and personality during like the pre-prep camp or prep camp, see if they are good, if they behave according to the rumors, then obviously we would have to unfortunately let the person go. And it's easier to replace a person than it is to replace the loss of impression or good name that the com and sci-fi has. So I will definitely look into that. And for SAO, if the game trials are very, very similar for SAO and for sci-fi, obviously games, there are only so many games that we can think of, and there are only so many possibilities that we can do with the limited budget, logistics, and constraints that we have. In the case that the games are similar, SAO obviously goes first. So we do still have some time from SAO to sci-fi. What I suggest is we won't change the entire game. We won't change everything. What we can change is, instead of just having games back to back, we can have like a filler, like a quest situation. Instead of having like games back to back, right? We can just edit some of it, change like the rules and regulations maybe, because it's easier to change the rules and regulations than it is easier to change the actual game. And the game's winning and losing, it depends on the rules and regulations and what we are putting forth, right? So I feel like if we can tweak it a little bit and make it a bit different from SAO, I think that should work as well. So instead of changing everything, let SAO happen, get their feedback, and based on their feedback, and obviously their feedback also matters because some of the things would have went well for that segment of theirs, and some of them wouldn't have. So based on the feedback they give, I can edit the rules and regulations or tweak the game such that mine wouldn't be as similar as it is to SAO. So that is my course of action. Yeah.
We have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee Pujita Venkatraman Balaji for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Inform.
Balaji, year one life sciences for the portfolio for the 46 science club management.
Okay, may I have a seconder for his motion, Dylan?
I, Losashan Dylan, would like to second this motion.
Okay, may I have a proposal to have a 5-minute break from 1036 to 1041? Inform.
I Kimo Yadakoshi would like to propose for a 5 minutes break from 10:35 to 10:36 to 11:41.
Whoa!
You have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. A minute takers may start the timer when it starts.
Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Anya, and I'm going to be one of your two candidates running for the position of sci-fi director. Okay, so just very quickly, my presentation today is going to be split into three main parts. Firstly, I'm going to talk about my personality and who I am, just like in general. Second, I'm going to talk about my past experiences that may be credible to be running for this position. And third, and probably the bulk of my presentation will be on the actions that I intend to take. Basically what I'm going to do as sci-fi director to help make the orientation camp run smoothly or be more inclusive to people. So firstly, about me. Again, my name is Anya Krishna Waharja. I'm a year one environmental studies student in Temasek Hall. Currently, I'm taking on the position of FOPCC publicity head. Some of my hobbies include debate, origami, karaoke, anime, and manga. So over here is actually a picture standing next to my haiku bias in the Anime Plus Cafe. Some fun facts about me is that my highest score on 2048 is 108,040, and you can see a screenshot of that. And then also, I got super glue on my face on half my face at one point, and I have met Ian Chen from the series Fresh Off the Boat in real life, and I got his signature. He plays Evan Huang, the really smart person in Fresh Off the Boat. He's over here. He's the only guy there. So yeah. Okay. So now to the more serious stuff. What have I done in the past that makes me qualified to run for this position? So obviously, most of my experiences are going to be based on high school because I've only been here for like 4 months. So I don't have much experience. However, when I was in high school, I was part of the student council, which has allowed me to be part of like organizing and planning a lot of different activities. The most notable one was last year when I was the games master for my high school orientation, which includes planning games, like all the game procedures, all the budgeting, like sourcing materials online, etc., for the entire high school, like the entire secondary school. So that's all the grade levels from grade 7 until grade 12, and that includes 500 to 600 students. Comparatively, sci-fi is, from what I've heard, around like 150 to 200 students. So I feel that because I have experience organizing a large-scale event, I would be able to transfer that skills to becoming the director for sci-fi and having that many people under my control. The second most relevant experience is probably because I was part of the student council. More specifically, I was the head of the student relations department, where I managed a team of around 20 members in 4 divisions, and also planned events involving the entire school. So I feel that this kind of structure mirrors what's going to happen, if I were to become the sci-fi director, where if I was the sci-fi director, then I would likely also have to delegate tasks to many different divisions with different purposes. So I think that again, it's kind of it's easy to see the similarity. But one last note is that I've also been doing public speaking for around 5 years now, so I will have little to no issues negotiating and addressing people. So in terms of the soft skills of communication and stuff like that, I don't think that's going to be much of a problem. And I think that's valuable for if I were to become the sci-fi director. So now onto the bulk of my presentation, which is on my 4 intended actions. So the first thing I want to do, I will go through all of these in more detail individually, but the first thing I want to do is increase marketing for freshmen events and leadership positions. The second thing I want to do is have more flexibility with sci-fi registration. Third thing is cooperation with specific faculties of science clubs. And the fourth thing is a mix of physical and mental activities during the camp itself. So the first So the first one, marketing for freshman events. I think the problem is very clear here that many freshmen, especially international students, miss announcements about science club orientation camps and leadership positions. And I think that this is something that people have noticed in the years before, where we're like not using our marketing ability to like the full capacity or like the full outreach or something like that. And I think that this is especially true given the fact that NUS accepts students like on a batch by batch level. So for example, based on my personal experience, I took the IB in May. I got my acceptance letter in July, and then I started NUS in August. So then because of this, like you need to account for like the different timelines and like what people are doing in any given time. So then that's why what I would suggest is to have more offline publicity, such as posters. And the reason why I say that is not to say that email publicity is ineffective, because I'm confident that a large portion of participants in sci-fi actually heard of the event through email in the very first place. But I think we just need to consider the fact that when somebody starts up their NUS student account, all sorts of information is being released to them. They're getting information about like their students pass, about like their hostel check-in, about like what courses they need to register for, and all of that when they open their inbox, like naturally I would assume that that takes priority over signing up for a science orientation camp. So then like when they get these kinds of announcements about like science orientation camps through their email, they like might not be able to like, you know, be in the correct headspace to, you know, like fully process it because they're so like overwhelmed by all other things. So I think that obviously we should keep the email publicity, like that's great. However, to add on to that, we should also have some form of like offline publicity, such as posters, so that when people are like walking around campus or like they're just like trying to explore the area even more, they like are made more aware of the fact that you have these kinds of events going on. And that's like basically what I have to suggest for marketing for freshman events. The second thing I want to propose is more flexibility with sci-fi registration. The reason why I said specifically sci-fi is because sci-fi is the last of all the 3 science orientation camps, which means it's like probably one of the last few chances for students to get like a very immersive experience of what the science club is actually all about. So I think that we already employ some form of this, but I think that this could be used as a general guideline for planning for sci-fi next year. But probably we just split into like 2 parts, like early registration, where we are able to guarantee them that their shirts will be in the correct sizing and that they will have food catered towards them, or like late registration. I know that we already have late registration, and that's great. We should keep that. However, I still think that, like, if possible, or like if like it would be possible to have some students like maybe like join halfway, like if they fill out the consent form and all the necessary documents, and if they're like, you know, willing to do that, and if there's enough resources for them, and like there's no OG group, orientation group that's too full, I think that this could be feasible and could allow them to have a more immersive experience of the science club. So that's with the registration itself. The second aspect of flexibility comes in the payment methods, because from what I understand, the NUS payment method is like mostly on like FastPay. And this might be difficult, especially for like international students who might not have had their bank account set up, or or whose parents like might need to pay for them first, which like could take some time, and just like in general, like maybe it's a bit disruptive for the logistics. Instead of this, like one thing that I've seen being implemented in like other clubs is that there's like a treasurer that helps to that people can approach to, like to give like cash or something like that, like as payment for the club fee or something like that. So I feel like this could also work. The third thing that I want to suggest is working together with individual faculties of science clubs. And basically what this means, like what I mean by this is that I understand that many courses have their own societies and Telegram group chats for like announcements, events, advice, and like among other things, which I think are all very important or like could help to enrich a student's academic career. The problem is that there really isn't a set way to get people in the group chat, especially if the cohort size is large, and like some people do end up getting left out. And I feel that like as a science club, as a science club orientation camp, if the purpose of the club is to help to get people oriented. I feel like that does come down to like academic matters as well, because like it's not just enough to be oriented with like the NUS science, faculty of science and stuff. I think that there is also like, it's also very important to get oriented within your major as well. So what I would suggest for this is like maybe we could help to prepare like a central list or like a sheet of like all the QR codes for the different courses under the Faculty of Science. Another addition, sorry, like this isn't on the slides, but I was thinking that we could like maybe like publish it on the NUS Science Club Instagram account, because I feel that the people who are most lost and the people who need the most help are actually the people who don't join any of the science club's orientation events at all. So then I want these to be like accessible even like outside of the orientation camps, or even after the orientation camps, and not just during the events itself, to like help people get oriented and whatnot. Okay, so my final proposal is to have a mix of physical and mental activities during camp. So basically what this means is that like, again, this could be a general guideline for when we are ideating the games for any of the orientation camps. But from my understanding, like a lot of the games that are played during orientation camps tend to be like largely physical, or like require some kind of like physical capability. So like I think that walking around campus for like an entire day, for like several days straight, is already tiring. And this might make people who are like less athletic feel left out, or like not able to contribute as much. So that's why like maybe we could also plan to incorporate games that are less physically taxing, or like don't involve as much contact, such as like Mafia, Spyfall, or like some other activities. And I just want to note that based on my personal experience, when like in my high school orientation, when we started to incorporate more mental games over physical games, like this was largely seen as successful and more enjoyable for like larger groups of people, and not just people who are like more athletic. Okay, so that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Anya Krishna Rahaja, you have 8 minutes and 52 seconds left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yep.
Okay, sure. May I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Anya Krishna Rahaja for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Management Committee? Jun Bo.
I am Jim O'Neill, Chemistry. I'd like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee Anya Krishna Raja for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for his motion, Dylan?
I, Lucian Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences, would like to second this motion.
Okay. Anya Krishna Raja, you have 45 minutes for the Q&A. Okay, Evelyn, your question.
I am Nadia. One question. During the preparation of science writer, your subcommittee treasurer informed me that your subcommittee is running low on funds and may not be able to cover expenses for the final day of the camp. Outline your consideration.
Okay, so I feel like this could have been an issue that was like avoided with like more preparation, like as in like we need to have a budget first and like work on that before all else. But if it were the case that we were running low on funds after the plan has been ideated, I do think that we need to make changes to the plan. So like for example, maybe we need to like change some of the game procedures so that they take up less materials. Or we could also like alternatively find different sources to get the materials from, because like I know that like there are many different alternatives like online or like in many different like different like value supermarkets, I guess. So I feel like through that like we just need to like revise the materials and all that and just like get it to fit the budget.
Dylan. Okay. I, Losashan Dylan, your life sciences, would like to ask you 2 questions. Okay. In a hypothetical scenario, the sci-fi's program's head is being very unresponsive and is skipping planning. The program's team is not getting work delegated, and when you receive the GT proposal, the games are not up to standard. What is your course of action?
Sorry, can I take some time to think?
Yep. Take your time.
All right, so my first course of action would probably to be address the GT proposal that is not up to standard. I would like to address that by holding a meeting with the program executives, because I assume that like only the head is unresponsive, the executives are still like at the very least responsive and communicating with me. So I would like to like have a meeting with them, preferably an offline one, to address the issue with the GT proposal and more specifically point out where they can improve on the proposal for future reference and like for future GT proposals. As for the, like, I would probably, like my course of action would probably be to like step in more as the program's head for the time being, because that is like the necessity at the time. And then as for the program's head being unresponsive, I would like, I'm not necessarily sure how it works in the science club, but I would like probably issue a few warnings over text at first to like, you know, like, so like to scold them properly, I guess. But then if that doesn't work, then I think that we do need to resort to like more serious measures, such as like emailing them or like maybe even involving like the SDO, like if it gets to like that bad of a situation. But since I think that's like largely unlikely, I'll probably just like scold them and like check in on them more often for future reference, just to make sure that they are delegating tasks to people and they are like responsive, I guess.
Now for my second question. Okay, what is your course of action should sci-fi's GT clash with scam or some GT?
Okay. My course of action would probably be to go for the sci-fi games testing instead of scam or sal, because like as sci-fi director, I think that that is ultimately my first responsibility to like be present during like sci-fi, and I think that games testing is like especially like really important, and I think that like especially like as a director, that's like I am in charge of like handling everything that has to do with sci-fi. So it makes sense that I should be the one who is like the most informed about like what is going on in sci-fi and how that could be improved. So then that's why I think games testing is like really important and could be used to like help plan better for sci-fi as well.
I'm using the year 1 life sciences, my one question. So in the presentation, you mentioned the possibility of offline publicity through posters. Given that the sign-up for freshmen starts before the students are able to donate to their NUS hostels, how do you want to carry out this publicity?
I feel like this actually goes, okay, so that's a valid point. But then I feel like this also goes back to what I mentioned about more flexibility in registration. because often I feel that the time when like incoming freshmen, like especially international students, explore the campus most is like largely around like week 0 or week 1, because like that's when the check-in date for international students is. So I feel like prior to that, they wouldn't like, okay, I feel like they would be able to explore the campus around there. And then this is where it's important to have like flexible registration so that they could like join the camp like late, if that makes sense.
Okay. I lost session in the year 1 life sciences, so I'd like to ask you 2 more questions. So do you know that sci-fi is going to be 4 days? Okay, so right, how do you plan on keeping up with the new 4 days of sci-fi while trying your best to maintain camp fees and budget?
Okay, give me a second to think about that. Okay, so I think for that, largely there should already be a plan before that to like have a general idea of what activities are going to be done on which day, and the budget is just going to like cover all of those activities. So I think like the budget, like whatever, however much amount of money that we have, like I don't think that it's likely to be like split among like the 4 days like evenly. I feel that like some days the activities will take up more money than others, but I think that this like all comes down to like sorry, this all comes down to like the planning of the activities beforehand and like all of the materials that are bought before the camp even starts.
I, Nancy and Rina, year 1 data science and analytics have got a question for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, a few of your subcommittee members were said to be walking to international students, and there is a post made on NUS confesses. What is your course of action?
Okay, so I feel that my course of action would probably just to be like would be to get more information from both sides. So I would try to ask the international students who were allegedly made fun of for more details regarding like how they were mocked and things like that. But then I would also reach out to the subcommittee members who allegedly mocked them as well. And I would like try to like find some kind of like the most important thing I feel is just to like figure out what really happened between the subcom members and the international students, like if it was actually if it was like a misunderstanding or if it was like actually like discriminatory in nature. Obviously, like if it was a misunderstanding, then I would try to get all of them like in a room together so that they could like sort it out between themselves. But if it was like actually like borderline hate crime, then I would probably like very harshly scold the subcom members. And like again, I think that like the degree of the action taken does depend on how bad it was to begin with. Oh, but then like to avoid this in the future, like in some competitions, there's something called like an equity form that participants can fill out every time they feel that somebody has like harassed them or like has offended them or like their personal characteristics in some way. And then in this same form, they can also indicate what level of action they would like the organizing committee to take. Like, would they like it to just be a general warning? Would they like it to be a full-on investigation? And I think that we could implement like the kind of the same thing for like the international students who were offended.
Okay. Now for my second question. How do you plan on keeping morale of the other candidate, and vice versa? How do you plan on keeping motivated should either of y'all not get the director?
Wait, sorry, what do you mean by keeping morale of the other candidate?
Okay, so either one of you are gonna be director, right?
Mm.
So should the other person not be director, how do you plan on keeping morale of the person and make sure that they continue doing their good work within the committee? And likewise, how do you plan on keeping motivated should you not get director?
Okay, so I'll address the first scenario, that being that the other person does not get the position of sci-fi director. I feel that in this case, because me and the other person were not on bad terms, like we're actually quite friendly and we have gone out for to get meals at some point. So I feel that there's this kind of understanding that this is separate from our personal lives. But obviously I understand that this does mean a lot to her. So I would try to maybe keep my distance for quite some time. I would check in, because I feel that if I were to check in on her, then it would be kind of it's a weird situation. So I would probably keep my distance for some time, but still maintain that I'm I don't want to let this infringe on our personal lives at all. So there's that. Obviously, I would still expect a level of professionality that comes from her as well. And this also ties into the second situation where the other person is the one getting the position. I have the understanding that this is purely at the end of the day, this really is just a club and it's not worth burning bridges over. So this is just to keep my professional, the work stuff and my personal life separate. I wouldn't hold it against her personally at all, and I would just accept it.
I give all you have a question. I have two questions for you. So, in a hypothetical scenario, the sound director feedbacks to you that your logs team is not cooperative in maintaining the log show, which is shared between STEM, sound, and sci-fi. How are your course of action?
Sorry, the log stream is not what?
Not being cooperative in maintaining the log show.
Okay, so just as is the same case with the one where my subcom members were insulting the international students, I feel that again, I would try to find out as much information about what really happened from all perspectives involved. So that includes my own logs team and also the perspective of the person who filed these complaints in the very first place. And I'll try to figure out what happened based on that. I think that if many people are in agreement that my logs team is not cooperating to maintain the logs room, then I would have to obviously the first step would be to scold them as well. But the second step is take action to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And this can probably come in the form of asking them for updates on how they're maintaining the logs room on a more frequent basis, just to make sure that they're not neglecting it.
And for my second question, suppose that you attend South Games Trial 3 and you find multiple games that are similar to real games. How are your course of action?
Okay, so my course of action would depend largely on how similar Sal's games and the sci-fi games are. I think that if they were really that similar, the program is almost identical, then we would kind of have to pivot slightly. We would probably repurpose the materials and try to find a different use for them. So because the budget is confirmed and everything, so we can't really we have limited resources. So I guess that we would just have to make the best out of it. So there's that. But then I think that if like only some games are similar, then I think it's fine to keep it that way, because probably the participants for SAL and the participants for sci-fi are going to be different. So like regardless, it is going to be a different experience for people anyway. But then third, I think that to avoid this in the future, like I would like, because like I know that there's like a period of ideation for games as well for like all the science orientation camps. So probably as sci-fi director, maybe if I were to be kept up to date about what kinds of games are being ideated for the other science orientation camps, then we could avoid this problem altogether.
Arvin.
Yes. Hi, gentlemen. Arvin, year 2 data science analytics. I have 2 questions for you. My first question is, in your slides, you mentioned that you had some like marketing strategy to improve the number of signups, right? If I'm not wrong. Yeah. So in the past, it's been very tough to hit like a high number of international students. So how do you think your strategies will help to patch that gap? Given that it's very hard to like cross the 30% threshold of international students for technical camp, because they always like come Singapore.
Okay, so the strategy for marketing for the science orientation camps is the email, and it's also the posters. So I think that we all have to agree that in general it is harder to get international students to be more updated about these events as opposed to like someone who's been living here for quite some time. So that's like one thing that I think we should all agree on. The reason why I wanted to like have like offline publicity such as posters is because I feel that like international students have a lot of things that they need to deal with in like their inbox. Like they have to deal with like their students pass, their hostel check-in, and all that, which might make them feel overwhelmed when they're like opening their laptop and like, yeah. So like when they're opening their inbox in like Microsoft Outlook, they're not like looking for science orientation camp signups. They're like looking for all these other issues that I assume take higher precedence over signing up for the science camp. So then that's why I feel that like even if it's marginal, like if we can still get like some more people to sign up through the marketing strategy, through the posters and things like that, then I think that's beneficial. But I think that in addition to posters, some hostels have like group chats specifically for international students. So we could probably also like advertise it there as well, in addition to the posters, in addition to the emails.
Okay. My second question is, so in a hypothetical scenario, the day before you're going out of NUS segment, you find out that one of the venues outside have not been booked. What is your course of action?
Sorry, like one day before the...
Yeah, one day before the day you'll go outside of NUS, like around Singapore, and you find out that one of the venue is not booked.
Wait, sorry, just for clarification, the scenario is that for the segment of the games where we're getting out of campus, and then like we want to go to like a public place and find out that the venue has not been booked yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like one of the many venues.
Okay. So probably my course of action for that would to be like obviously it's a bit too late. So I don't think it's a possibility, like we cannot entertain the possibility of having it being booked like one day before. Like I don't think that's possible. What I think we should do instead is like change the plans a bit. Like instead of going to that venue specifically, like maybe we can go to like a park or something like nearby that venue instead, and like hopefully carry out the activities there. Like again, I understand that this is also dependent on what kind of activities we're carrying out in the venue. So this is a very like case by case situation. But if that venue is like not likely to be like crowded at that time of the day, then like I would still try to go to that venue. But like if it is very obviously like filled with like like other people, then I would probably just try to like go to like somewhere a bit less crowded nearby and carry out the activities there.
I will year one mathematics. I have two questions for you. So the first one will be, in a hypothetical scenario, when Dragon Boat training clashes with SCAM as well as all the other trials that happen leading up to it, how about your course of action?
Oh, I would not go for my Dragon Ball training. They're chill.
Okay, okay, so the second question would be, during your presentation, you have mentioned on how you contribute as a sci-fi director, but however, little has been tapped on how you will contribute as an SCNC member. So can you elaborate on your vision and aspirations as well?
Okay, so I think that the biggest goal that I have for the science club, if I were to become a member of the science club management committee, is probably to increase the presence of the science club in people's daily lives. And what I mean by that is just like not that like people think of the science club not just as like a bunch of students who like organize all these kinds of events and stuff like that, but also an organization that people are able to rely on. So one of the things I suggested just now was for having like all these like QR sheets for like the group chats for like all the faculties of science, like societies and stuff like that. I think that's one way that people can start to like turn to the science club for these kinds of resources. I feel that like if it comes to like academic help, that like obviously their own like faculties of sciences would probably be more suited to that. But I think in general, like for like more broad advice or like just support vaguely, I think that that's kind of like the vision of what I want the science club to be.
Okay. How do you plan on integrating the international students with the locals?
Okay, so several things I think I can do as sci-fi director to help the international students to get more integrated with like local culture. Is firstly, maybe for the OG groups, I would like mix it intentionally to be like as much as possible, like a good mix of local and international students so that they could like, bond together over the activities over the next course of like the next few days. Second thing I would probably try to do is when you have like the OG groups, as much as possible again, like maybe like you could try to have one of the OGLs be a local student and another OGL be an international student, so that because like I felt that like also myself being an international student, one of the things that helped me open up and be more open within my group is like when I was able to like ask my OGL like a lot of questions about like different kinds of things. So I feel that's something that hopefully will help a lot of people as well. The third one is just like to like maybe check in on like your OG group even after the orientation, because like I know that some organizations, like their orientation group to this day are still like very like close knit, like even if they don't like meet up as a whole group like very frequently, if there's like I remember there was like for the Singapore National Day, there were like fireworks, and like sometimes you would like invite your OG group to like watch them with you. And I think that these kinds of events, like and like even after the orientation camp, could like help integrate the local students with the local students with the international students.
Okay. And my second question is, should you become director, how do you plan on juggling pubs and director role?
Okay, so I feel like for this, becoming the sci-fi director would actually allow me to do my job as a publicity head for FOPCC better, just by virtue of me getting more involved with like all the events and like all the activities for all the like the entire like all three of the orientation camps. Because what I've noticed is that the FOPCC Instagram is a bit dead right now. Like there's not much engagement, like there's not that frequent post. So I hope that as sci-fi director and also as the publicity head for FOPCC, I would be able to like kind of help make it a bit more lively and start posting a bit more so that we can get more people involved or like engaged. Yeah.
Hi, Tansi and Rina, year one data science and analytics, and one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, one of your programs page complains to you about the nature of SCMC's feedback to sci-fi on their games after the game trials, saying that their feedback tends to be contradictory and is not that useful at all. Hence, sci-fi should ignore the SCMC members' feedback. Outline your course of action.
Okay.
For minute takers, this is SAL question 34.
Okay, so I feel like ignoring the SCMC feedback entirely is a bit let's not do that. But I think that in general, I feel that as sci-fi director, I do have an obligation to like listen to my members and make sure that their like issues, like their opinions are like being heard out. So I would try to like ask them, like I would ask them and like maybe schedule a meeting with them to point out like which parts they think is contradictory and like see for myself like whether or not I think that they are contradictory or not. But regardless of whether I think they're contradictory or not, I would try to bring it up with like the SCMC members who gave that piece of feedback, because I think that at the end of the day, what they're asking for is clarification on feedback, and I think that's something like relatively simple. So yeah.
Okay, Ben.
I will use your life sciences and one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, your vice director disagrees entirely with the direction you have taken sci-fi in and the decision that you have made as a director. As such, he or she becomes unmotivated, even going to the extent of talking about the negative feelings towards you to the rest of the subcom members. Outline your course of action. For many takers, this is sound question number 82. Do you want to repeat?
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, so my first, like obviously the priority would be to sort out the issues with the vice director and not about the fact that they're like trash talking me. But anyway, I feel that the thing is that if they have an issue with the direction that sci-fi is going in, this is like not just one decision that I've made, but this is like an accumulation of many decisions that I've made to bring sci-fi into this general direction, which means that likely I have discussed this with the VD first. So like obviously I would not bring sci-fi into a particular direction if it's not like agreed upon by like a lot of people. Like I'm not a dictator, but I think that if they were to disagree with the direction that sci-fi is going in after it is already going in a particular direction, I think that's still a valid like opinion to think. So I would try to like sort that out with them too, like basically what changes they would like being made about the direction of sci-fi, and like in general like what they want to see happening, or like how do we now rectify the situation now, like if we're already in the wrong direction, like how do we like what do you think is the right direction then? So yeah.
Hi, John General, this is Nasir, One Life Sciences, and one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, during one of the days during sci-fi, a senior was seen behaving inappropriately towards international students. Outline your course of action.
I think this is like similar to like the issue of like the subcom members acting inappropriately towards the international students. So my course of action would likely be similar in that I would ask the senior what happened, I would ask the international students what happened as well. And like probably I would also ask the international students like what kind of action they would like to take against the senior. So yeah.
I'm Yue, year one mathematics. I have one question for you. Fast Club is looking at another orientation camp similar to sci-fi and comes to you seeking for a CHS camp collaboration. Outline your thought process and course of action. For the main takers, I'll repeat. Fast Club is looking to have another orientation camp similar to sci-fi and comes to you seeking for CHS camp collaboration. Outline your thought process and course of action.
Okay, so personally, I feel that there could be like I would need to ask them about like need to sort out some like logistics issues with this because like I feel like for one, the reason why we are able to have like these science club orientation programs is because like we have like the necessary structure, like i.e. we have like an SDO that will like approve these camps and actually make sure that they're like appropriate for international students, like provided that the CHS camp does also have like their own like faculty members approving or not approving of the camp, I would still like raise issues because like it's faculty of science, like not everyone is in CHS. So I think what I would suggest is maybe for them to like approach the different societies. Like I know that like the different CHS subject societies and clubs instead to collaborate with them for a CHS camp and not like the entire like faculty of science. Because I think there's like 10-ish courses under CHS, and I think it's like very feasible to work together and plan an orientation camp.
Hi, those are leader. You want to say something like asking you more questions? Okay. So, assuming that you become director, you kind of join the SCMC day. How do you plan to assimilate yourself with the rest of the MC?
Okay, so for this, I feel like largely just by virtue of me like working together with people, I will start to get closer to them. And like in fact, in high school, a lot of my friends were people who I worked with together to like plan events. Just like plan events together. And I feel that like assimilation will come as a result of like just having to deal with like the same stressful situations as people and like crashing out over the same things as like the people that you're working with. And I think that by virtue of this, it is possible to get closer. So I think it just takes time.
Yeah. Now for the second question. In a hypothetical scenario, during the camp day itself, a senior that was supposed to run a game does not show up for half the day due to oversleeping. What's your course of action?
Okay. Okay, obviously this would be a very stressful situation for everyone involved, but I think that like there's really no other way out of it than to just like pull someone who's like not doing much for the day and ask them to take over the role as like the senior who is supposed to facilitate this game. It's like just like anyone who is available. I just need like one more person, and I think like they just need to like take over for half a day until the senior shows up. And like obviously like I'm not sure to what extent I am able to reprimand the senior, but I would say something about it.
Okay, Rina.
Hi, Tansi and Rina, year one data science and analytics. I have two questions for you. So my first question, in an unexpected hypothetical situation, SDO decides that science will have to cancel one of the orientation camps, either sci-fi or South? Due to budget constraints this year, what is your course of action?
Okay, so I don't think this is like a matter of like picking sci-fi or Sal and like which one is more important over the other because they essentially same the same purpose. What I would try to do is like probably combine the orientations together. Like just like combine the orientations together, like maybe stick with the dates for sci-fi, but work together with like the Sal like committee as well, so that we could like still have the orientation camp, but like with the budget. Yeah.
My second question. In a hypothetical situation, multiple REC floaters have signed up for sci-fi, and the REC PD has requested you to not accept them as REC floats require a lot of manpower. However, the current sign-ups for sci-fi are very low. Outline a course of action.
Wait, sorry, they're signing up for sci-fi as participants?
Yes.
We have a proposal for 50-minute night session for Q&A.
From here to chemistry, we would like to post our 50 minutes session. Okay, I second the motion, Dylan.
I also should be the year one life sciences for
Okay, how many takers please to accept?
Okay, so to answer the question, I feel like I would have to sort this issue out of the rag head because I feel like if they want to join the orientation camp, then like they have the free will to do so, but they also have other obligations. And as a sci-fi director, I cannot, in my good conscience, allow them to like skip out on their obligations. So what I'll probably do is like propose that they join like some days of the orientation, but not all days, or like some activities, but like not all activities. Like particularly, they just like don't join when they need to do something. But yeah, I think that's like a compromise that's feasible.
I from here to chemistry have two questions. So, in a hypothetical scenario, during SEM 2, one of your members wants to quit. Share with us your course of action. And for a follow-up additional question, if this member is an EXCO member, what different decisions, if any, will you take?
All right, so my first course of action would be to ask them why they want to quit, because I feel that people quit as a result of like built up stress over time. So it's not just like they're overwhelmed with like one project or one task, but it's like something that has been building up, like that they're like constantly stressed out by their position in the science club for a very long time that makes them want to quit, especially in semester 2. So my first course of action, like obviously I don't want them to quit. I would probably try to ask them how I can better support them as a sci-fi director and to see like where I can make adjustments to their workload and like their tasks, like for example, if they're going to be busy for the next 2 weeks, then like maybe I just don't ask them to do anything for the next 2 weeks, but they will still do something afterwards. So like I would just like allocate the tasks differently. If it were to be an EXCO member, then like that gives me a reason to like more strongly oppose their decision to quit, given their larger responsibility over other people. So I would still do the same thing as before. Like I would still like ask them why they want to quit. I would still like ask them how I can better help them. But if it really comes down to them having to quit, I think that at the very least they can train or like they can like kind of like guide one of their members into becoming the next EXCO member. Like I think that's the very least.
Oh, that's okay. Cool. I, Jacob Yoicher, alumni, have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, several days before sci-fi, SDO says that they need LT27, which you are using to house everyone for the camp on the second day of sci-fi, to run their postgraduate orientation, and they are non-negotiable on this issue. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so I would probably like talk to SDO and see like which other lecture theaters were available on like for that day particularly, and yeah, just like ask them ask to help them. Yeah.
Okay, can. I will you year one mathematics and two questions for you. First one will be, people tell you that SCMC is incompetent because it is mostly made out of year ones. What do you think of this statement?
Okay, firstly, I want to know who people are, as in, like, I want to know, like, from what perspective they're speaking from, because, like, this question is kind of difficult to answer because this complaint can come from, like, so many different people. It can come from, like, other year one students who are also who are also, like, participating in the camp. Like, it could also come from, like, seniors who see how the campus run and, like, have their complaints about it. But I think in general, I feel that the orientation camp is likely to be the most effective if it were to be conducted by year one students, because it's like the people organizing it are year one students, the people joining it are also year one students generally. And I feel that this is important because like a college campus is huge. When you're in high school, the people organizing orientation are your seniors because you are able to communicate with them more. Like, you're more likely to run into them on campus. But that's not the same for university. Because, like, in university, like, it's huge. The likelihood of you meeting another person is, like, very low. Like, you can't just, like, freely approach your seniors for help because they also have, like, their own commitments. And I feel that because of that, your support system does have to be of people your own age. And that's why it's important for the SCMC to be year one students.
Okay. And the second question would be, in a hypothetical scenario, the marketing head and your marketing exec, they both date and they break up. This has caused quite a moral strain within the committee. How might I cause action?
Okay. This did actually happen in my high school, and I think that just for that, we just went on as usual because they were both, like, mature enough to, like, kind of separate it. Like, obviously, I would not want to instigate something. I would not try to start something. I would try to keep them separate as much as possible. But if need be, then, like, I would expect a degree of professionalism from them.
Ben.
Hypothetical scenario, both SCAN and sci-fi want the same person as the original. However, sci-fi has some backup candidates that are initially on the reject list, whereas SCAN doesn't have any backups. Who do you think should get the original? Outline the thought process. And then your thoughts actually.
Is SCAN been, like, a shortage of people or no?
SCAN basically also want the same original, but they do not have any.
Okay.
Whereas for sci-fi, they have.
I feel like for this, since Scamp and Sci-Fi are taking place in, like, different time frames, one possible course of action that might be unlikely, but it's still a possibility, is to ask the OGL if they would like to OGL for both the camps. And I know that this requires, like, a lot of commitment from them, but, like, I think that's, like, the compromise, like, if you can't, like, decide on where this OGL should go. But I think that in terms of priority, it should go to Scamp, since Sci-Fi does have backups.
Hi, Nancy and Rina, year one data science and analytics. I have two questions for you. So you've mentioned a lot in your presentation, your actions for sci-fi. However, I want to know what is your motivation behind running for a sci-fi director, question one, and then question two, and then CNC member.
Okay, so my motivation for running for a sci-fi director is actually kind of, like, related to my motivation for running for a SMC member, but I'll just go more specific for a sci-fi first. And it's I'm not sure if y'all know this, but I didn't actually join any of the science orientation camps, and the reason for that is because I did not know they were happening. So, like, as an international student, I would like to, like, try to see this being rectified, and see, like, what I can do, like, from the perspective of an international student, to, like, try to have more outreach, given that, like, I, like, face the same struggles as other international students, and, like, I can, like, likely relate on, like, what would work for them, like what would work to get more international students engaged versus what would not work that well. And this is related to my motivations for running for SDMC member. And the reason for that, like the reason why I'm running for co-option 2 is again, because like I did not know that the internal elections and co-option 1 were happening. So like in internal elections, I think like I hadn't received my, actually yeah, no, I just did not know that they were happening. So that's why I'm running for the position of sci-fi director now. And this ties into my motivation of wanting to be SDMC member, because like I think that because of this, like it's like an issue that like the science club wants more international students, but the international students don't know about both the science club itself and also about the leadership positions that come with it. So as a result, you don't really have a lot of international students becoming like taking on leadership roles within the science club, so that the problem like keeps happening, if that makes sense. So now I just like want to provide like maybe like a newer perspective on how this can be conducted, especially for sci-fi because it's like the last of the orientation camps.
Hi, Liwei, your analytics. I have one question for you. Two questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, your friend complains to you that they did not receive the welfare pack that just happened very recently, and they say that the welfare is ineffective in their publication. Outline your thought process and course of action.
Okay, so from what I understand, the welfare pack is like you have to go to LT27 and like you get the welfare pack itself. So the issue is that my friend did not know that that they had to go to LT27 and get the pack.
Basically, they realized that it was out of stock and they couldn't get any.
Oh.
So they complained to you that they can't get any.
Okay, so I would try to like ask my friend to like maybe join the Telegram group chat or like follow the Science Club on Instagram because that is when most of the announcements are released. So like I should just like try to like advise them to keep up to date as much as possible by following through with the announcements and like joining just like following through with the announcements in general and just being more updated about what kinds of events are happening. As for the so that like hopefully they can go to LT27 earlier and like hopefully get a welfare pack. As for the welfare pack running out of stock, I'm not really sure like what to do. Like that one, I'm not sure is like within my jurisdiction as a sci-fi director. At most, I feel like I could bring up that concern with the welfare director. But like as like I could bring up that concern with the welfare director and like hopefully changes will be implemented. But as sci-fi director, there's not much I can do about the welfare being out of stock.
One question for you. Just now in the Q&A, you mentioned how you juggle your commitments as sci-fi director and upstate. So in a hypothetical scenario, let's say that the other departments are complaining to you that you see more bias toward these ideas and that they are questioning your objectivity in terms of as a sci-fi director. Outline your thought process and your course of action.
Sorry, like I'm biased towards publicity as in
maybe I'm more like willing to accept their
okay. I feel like for this, it really just depends on like because these are like just like in general people are talking. I feel like not much can be done unless they like tell me about the problem directly. So if anyone, okay, so they're complaining to me directly. I would like outline my reasoning for like why I approved this like publicity decision or like why I rejected this other idea to them. I just like explain like why some things passed and some things did not in general. So yeah.
I saw you in your life sciences have one question for you.
In a hypothetical scenario that sci-fi has to borrow sports equipment from the sports department, but your log kit is missing in action and the sports team is angry and doesn't want to borrow you anymore, how will I cost action?
I'll probably beg the sports team to lend me their equipment, and like temporarily take on the position of my logs head for the time being, because like a lot of actions are dependent on me being able to get this done on time. So my first priority would be to get this done on time as much as possible. And then after that, I can address the logs head. But I would like have to beg the sports team for the equipment, I guess.
And
I John Edward Sales here, one life sciences have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, both your parts exec decides to MIA, but there is a need for you to publish parts as soon as possible. However, you are also sworn people. Outline the course of action.
Okay, in that case, I would ask the third honorary member of pubs, that being Dylan, to see if he could contribute a bit. But like personally, I feel that like making publicity like is not that time consuming. At the end of the day, I don't mind like trading off aesthetics for the sake of like visibility, like, and as long as it gets the message across. So yeah, like I just would like cut down time spent on pubs, like making the pubs.
One question for you. So, the academic society has approached your logistics heads to borrow logistics for their camp. Outline your course of action.
I feel like as long as the logs head agrees and like the camp does not conflict with like any timelines in the sci-fi or like any of the other orientation camps, then I think that should be fine. And like yeah, that's just like up to them. But like obviously, I would still want them to prioritize the work given to them by like the science club.
I know something didn't even licenses, so like asking one question. If you were stranded on an island, which one of us would you bring along?
This is the hardest question thus far. Give me a second. My options are very limited. Wait, because I only know like I've only spoken to 3 of you like personally, so that's why my options are limited. Okay, so I'll go through this by the process of elimination. My 3 options are Alan, Dylan, Dylan Lowe, and your president, because those are the only 3 I've spoken to like personally. I would eliminate the president because his major is mathematics, and I don't think it would be very useful on an island. As for the other 2, Dylan and Alan, both of y'all are life sciences, so I would not know who to pick. However, if you held me at gunpoint and asked me to pick, I think I would get shot.
Hi, Larry and Chloe, year 1 Data Science and Analytics have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, sci-fi is oversubscribed, and the amount of goodie bags you order is insufficient. List out a course of action.
That's a great problem to have. Like that sci-fi is oversubscribed because I would assume that the problem is that we don't have enough participants. As for the goodie bags not being enough, obviously that's like very unfortunate, but I think I would give it out on the priority of it being first come, first serve. I would give it out on the priority of like first come, first serve, as in like who signed up first for sci-fi and who signed up a bit later, and hopefully they like understand. But like if not, then I feel that like if the budget permits, we could like make it up in other ways, like maybe hopefully we could like make it up in other ways if the budget permits. Like if not the full goodie bag, then maybe we would be able to purchase at least like partially what's in there and like pray that they understand.
Okay.
I certainly don't like sensors and one question for you. If you had to describe it, can you describe yellow? How would you describe yellow to a colorblind person?
How I would describe it. I'll probably just ask them to think of like, I'm not sure if a colorblind person can imagine colors that they've never seen before. However, I'll probably ask them to just think about like the happiest color that they could think of in like their spectrum of colors. Yeah.
We have a proposal to close Q&A for Anya Krishna Raja for the portfolio of science faculty induction director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Let's go.
For the portfolio of science faculty induction director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
We have a second for this motion, Dylan.
I know Sashan did the new one licenses would like to second the motion.
Okay, may I have a seconder for this motion?
I, Los Alshon, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences, would like to second.
Okay, so right now, we will go through the same order as just now. So we will have Pujita to come first for your presentation as well as your Q&A, and then after that will be Anya. So once again, one of my EOs, election officers, I need you all to escort Anya out. Okay, so Pujita Venkatraman Balaji, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready, and we may start the timer.
What's Alan's iPad number? He asked Alan what his iPad number is.
Hello? Yes. Thank you, SMC members, for all your feedback. So based on the feedback, I learned a few things. As a sci-fi director, I'm not just someone that is responsible for sci-fi life. So I'm also responsible for SEMC. Anything that goes through me needs to go through Dylan, then need to go through Dylan again, the other Dylan. Then so I learned that, okay, in case that we have budgeting issues, it is possible that we can borrow. It's not a taboo or like a really bad thing. Like we can try to cut down. If worst case we cannot cut down, then we can borrow. At the same time, sci-fi, we don't just need to depend on the sci-fi subcom for like logistics and whatever. We can also just depend on all the other camps because we would probably be using some of the logistics, so we can just bring it down. And as for the venue booking thing, I realized that if I bring the venue forward, it's very hard for the venues that we already booked in NUS. Then there's going to be a lot of clashing in that. So I agree that bringing forward like the other second and third day might not have been like a really good idea. At the same time, we would probably have had a wet weather plan for the day. So I believe that using the wet weather plan could have been a better idea. And as for the game trials, I learned that, okay, so game trials, there's 1, 2, and 3, and then there's prep camp, and then the actual camp, right? So if I can't make it for, I should prioritize my sci-fi's game trials, but at the same time, camp comes first. So the venue booking, logistics, they will need it more than I do because their camp happens first. So as for that, we can try to sort out the clash and ensure that their game trial goes smoothly. And because SCMC is like a dual role, so I'm a sci-fi director, but I'm also in SCMC, so I have responsibilities for both. So I have to play equal roles for that. And as for the NUS confetti, I realized that addressing the issue was important, but at the same time, anything that goes on NUS confetti affects like the entire science faculty's reputation. So it's very important that I bring it up to Dylan first of all, because he's the VPFOP. Then I need to bring it up to the president Dylan so that they are aware that such a thing has happened. And then we have to probably reach SDO as well to let them know that this has happened, and just so they're aware of everything lah. And as for changing of the games and as for changing of like ideas for the games, I need to make sure that my programs are okay with it because they put in a lot of time and effort into planning everything. So it's not very nice to just like that change everything and say, okay, let's just change it up. So just make sure that they're all okay with it and then get their opinions on it as well because we need their opinion and effort. And lastly, for the programs, if anyone fails to step up, as I mentioned, I like fails to contribute. I mentioned initially that I'll ask others to step up, but what I failed to notice is that I completely didn't ask why I didn't show up. So that's definitely wrong on my side lah. So if a person is not doing work, I'll first ask them why they can't show up, why they're not doing their work properly, why they are like being very irresponsible. I'll ask them. And even if they do have a reason, it's no valid reason because you joined subcom, you chose to join. So you have to put in the effort and time that it takes lah. So I'll ask them why they can't make it, and maybe if it's like too much workload, I try to help them like plan their time better so they can do it. But at the same time, me stepping up as program head would be hard as well after hearing all the feedbacks because I also need to be there for SCAM, SAL, REC, and support the SCMC members for all our events. And there's like a way in which everything happens. So I'm answerable to my VPFOP, who's answerable to the president. So if I'm not able to submit and bring forth my work properly, it affects like the entire flow for the entire of SCMC. So in that case, I would just like to really assign the roles and ensure that everyone is doing their part and make sure that everyone shows up by myself being there for the different meetings themselves lah. Ensure that everyone comes and ensure that everyone participates equally, that we can have a structured turn taking so everyone has a way to speak up their mind. And yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. Pujita Pankaj Balaji, you have 15 minutes and 5 seconds left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
Okay. So we have also open Q&A with nominee Pujita Pankaj Balaji for the portfolio of Science Faculty National Director for the 46 Science Management Committee. Chukwu.
I am Chukwu. I'd like to propose to open the Q&A for Pujita Pankaj Balaji for the portfolio of Science Faculty National Director for the 46 Science Management.
Okay, may I have a seconder for this motion?
Hello, Sasha Dylan, your one licenses would like to second this motion.
Okay, Pujita Pankaj Balaji, you have 45 minutes for the Q&A. Okay, I will give you your mathematics. I have 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, one department's executive, your program's exec confides in you that they cannot get along or work with the program's head. There's a lot of tension within the department, and as a result, outline your thought process and course of action. For me, takers is question 17.
So if the program's executive is reaching out to me saying that they cannot get along with the program's head, I believe that this is firstly due to a lot of communication problem and a lot of clashes in working style, because everyone has a different working style, right? And we can't expect everyone like to get along together like 100% of the time. And personally, if they approach me, the first thing you should do is listen, because if you don't listen, then they won't feel like they are heard or like their concerns are being seen, because everyone's effort equally matter, like programs head or executive, everyone's effort matter. So personally, what I will do is I will first listen to the program's executive about why they cannot work along with the head, get to know the issues and reasons behind it. And then I will talk to the program's head individually, and I'll talk to them and ask their opinions. Oh, so I got some feedbacks and this what I heard. So do you have any opinions about it? So I'll get the program's head's thoughts on it. And then I'll hear both sides. Then after hearing both sides, I'll schedule a meeting with this one executive and this program's head. And I feel like we are all mature enough, so we should be able to talk it out. There are some things that we can talk it out and cannot work along is because we all have different working style. So maybe each other, they can learn more about each other first. So maybe like their working styles, why they cannot get along. And then, yeah, so let them come into a common consensus. So like a decision that they both make together and agreement that they come to lah. So that in the end, they cannot fault anyone. Oh, I already said this, why are you doing it? So I feel like letting them talk and me being the middle person will ensure that it doesn't escalate into something worse. At the same time, it will also ensure that when they come to a common conclusion and a decision, they both made it, so they have equal stakes in it. So no one will feel like one was left out or the other was like prioritized more. Yeah.
I can already tell you one from social science have one question for you. In a hypothetical situation, the president and honorary treasurer have decided to funnel more resources from sci-fi into SCAM. Outline your course of action.
From sci-fi to scam. So firstly, if the president and the honorary treasurer, they want to transfer some of the financial funds from sci-fi to scam, there must be some lack of budget for scam, or maybe they need money for additional things that they would like to buy. So firstly, what I would like to do is learn the reason from the president and honorary treasurer first. And then what I would like to do is, since we're all a club and community, right? So it would be easy for me to approach the scam director. So I would talk to the scam director, ask what's going on. So they need more funds means there are some changes to the initial plan lah. So get to know what the issue is and empathize with them, because if I don't know what's happening at scam, then I would just probably think, oh, I wouldn't want to transfer my funds. So I think it's very important for me to know what's happening for scam itself. And so if my budgets are being transferred, right, then I would probably have to cut down on my spending for venue, booking, logistics, and everything. So I'll see what I can cut down for on my side, and I'll work together with the scam director to see what he can like cut down and minimize, so that the funds that they transfer from sci-fi is not so big that I cannot cover like my own events, because essentially sci-fi is also important. It's just as important as scam is. So that's what I would do. And there are a lot of things that we can cut down and we can't. So if it comes to essentials and necessities, I will try to ensure that we do have enough budget, if not more, so that we can make sure that we are well funded for that. Because we also have to care for the welfare of the freshmen that join sci-fi. So yeah, and if possible, I'll talk to the president and honorary treasurer once again after I talk to the scam director, and let both of us can come to a common conclusion about how much funds they need. But in case that we also require the funds, I would just try and suggest that scam can request for more funds from the honorary treasurer, instead of having our funds allocated, in the sense that we are already struggling for funds and logistics. So yeah.
Okay.
I maybe with the year one life sciences have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, after sci-fi day one, you found out that you're running a high fever. There are still 3-4 days of sci-fi camp left to go. How are your course of action?
So after sci-fi day one, if I am sick and I have really high fever, then it is very important to say that I don't spread my sickness to others. Firstly, like the freshmen, they come in, and imagine if I'm like interacting with them, then I pass off the flu, and we are in a air-conditioned space for all most of like the briefing and whatever. And if I'm sick and I come here, then it's obviously a threat to the freshmen, not just the freshmen, like all of us. Like we will all probably meet up before itself, and we'll be talking, and it's not very nice for me to just spread my sickness. Even if I wear a mask, there's only so much that a mask can do. So if I realize that I am sick the night before, what I would do is I will inform the VP of FOP, let him know that. So currently I'm sick, and I probably will not be able to make it the next day. I can try taking Panadol. If it works, then the fever go down, flu go down, then I might be able to show up. But there's not a 100% chance that I will show up. So I can let the VP FOP know. And I know that for sci-fi, I also have to be the OGL. So if I'm an OGL, my OG will let one less OGL. And if they let one less OGL, there's lesser people to handle them, and there's like a lot of things to take care of. Like we need to ensure that they go from one place to another safely, and that would really affect like the OG handling. So what I can, and I also know that only those with the lanyard, only those that have been through the SJTR can be an OGL and talk to the freshmen. So I propose that even before sci-fi, what we can do is we can have some of the sci-fi subcom members to undergo the OGL training. So in case anyone that is unable to make it for the actual day, we can have one of them to replace. But this obviously has to go through like the VPFOP and the president. So this is just a proposal such that everyone in subcoms, they are trained to be OGLs. In the case that we have a lack of manpower, they are able to step up lah. And so in that case, if they are able to step up, then I would have enough manpower to manage my OG. But yeah, so I will ensure that my VPFOP knows about the situation and the president knows. And secondly, if possible, if we cannot find any seniors to manage my OG, what we can do is obviously there's going to be houses and OGs, right? We can tag one of like the OGLs from the other house to just look out for my OG as well, just like keep a check and additional like count, ensure that there's always everyone is always here in case anything goes wrong. So yeah, that's how I do.
Evelyn?
In a hypothetical situation where your caterer delivers only half of the ordered bento just an hour before midnight, what actions will you take?
So if the caterer delivers only half of the bento, like 1 hour before meal time, right, we'll be there for the collection of the bento. So at that point of time, we can ask them why they are only delivering half of the bento when we paid for the full price of like everything. Then we can ask if they will be able to deliver the rest of the bentos before meal time, because usually meal time is fixed. And because meal time is fixed, right, then everything else happens around the meal time. So usually it's like meal time, then it's game 3 or maybe game 4. So if we push the meal time, then the rotation gets pushed, and like the venue booking and everything also, the logistics get very difficult to handle. So when we are collecting the bento, we will be there. So we can just straight up ask them why only half of it is delivered, where's the rest. If they say they can deliver it by 1 hour, we can give them like 15 to 30 minutes to get it to our place. If they can, then it's good for us, we can get the rest of the food. If not, then I will probably have to inform the VPFOP that we are currently facing a shortage of food because the caterer is unable to deliver. Or maybe if the case is they have problems delivering but they have already prepared the food, what we can suggest is, this is just a suggestion, there would be people here that have driving license. And I'm not saying that one of us should go and drive because we will have like OGR duties and need to stick with our OGs. I propose that we can ask someone with a driving license, maybe like one of the subcom members during the meal time that does not have any major responsibilities, if they are willing and able to go and collect the food from the caterer. If delivery is the issue, then we can send one of us to go and collect, like the subcom members. But if like the preparation is the issue itself, then we probably have to bring it up to the VPFOP and let them know that now we have a shortage of food. Then we have to manually think of what to do for the rest of the food items. Maybe we can provide like, I know Science Club has like some snacks, monsters and whatever. We can like provide that first, but it's not a very fulfilling meal. We can provide that first until we sort out the meal issue. So yeah.
I will give you mathematics and two questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, post your term, OSA flags out one of your sponsorship posts on Instagram as it fails to follow the guidelines and requests to take it down. Outline your thought process and course of action.
So for sponsorships and Instagram posts and whatever, right? So it obviously goes through our VPR, and personally, I've like been for the VPR's talk, so I know that there's a set of rules and guidelines that we have to follow. So we can't endorse a brand as it's the best. We can't put the brand like as the biggest background. Like there should be like a good enough ratio, and we can't like personally have students using the product and then endorse it. So I know of the guidelines. So firstly, if the publicity and marketing team, they like create a post, and if I approve it based on the guidelines, it means like they would probably we probably did pass the rules and regulations based on what Brenda and OSA like has initially in mind lah. So that means that we passed the initial stage, but then when OSA inspects it, they find there's something wrong. So what I would do it first, I will take it down, but I'll also ask them. I'll let the VPFOP know that this is happening, and I'll also let the VPFOP to know that VPR to let the VPR know that such things has happened as well. So what I would personally do is that I'll take it down first, then I will contact OSA, ask the reasons as to why the post has to be taken down, and then but before I take down, I'll talk to my pubs team also, because they put in a lot of effort into planning the post, and the marketing team also had a lot of like efforts to go and get the sponsorship. So first talk to them, then I'll take down, then I will talk to OSA about it, get to know their insights, why they had to reject it, and if there are any new guidelines. Then if in the case that, okay, so they found something wrong with the post and there are new guidelines that they want us to follow, relay it to like the VPR, get like my feedbacks from OSA, I'll relay it to VPR also. Then I'll also inform my pubs department and marketing department about what went wrong, ensure that everything for the next post and everything else for the next one is alright. So I'll just follow and stick to the new guidelines, because if initially it was able to pass, means we should have like successfully followed all the guidelines. So yeah.
Hi, those Russian Dylan, your online sciences. I have two questions for you. Do you know what one FOP?
Yes.
Okay, so what are your plans on integrating one FOP into sci-fi?
Okay, so personally, as of what I know now, one FOP is like a continuation theme from SCAM to SAO to sci-fi, but it also includes Reg, Flag, and Bash. So the main OG, the main camps, the orientations would be ours. So our storyline is going to be like medieval times, current, and then I think it's in the future. So it's about alien invasion and something along those lines for sci-fi especially. And for scam, I think it's like medieval times, so like Jurassic. I'm not sure. Like I haven't had the opportunity to talk and get to know about what is on their mind as well. So personally, as of what I know for now, like for one FOP event to work seamlessly and thoroughly, all three directors have to be there, all three programs have to be there. They all need to know what's happening. The VDs also need to be there, and the VP FOP needs to be there because the VP FOP's vision is to make the one FOP thing come true lah. So whatever planning involves one FOP, I feel like the VP FOP should always be informed. So to integrate, what I would suggest is we can have like a meeting, update each other on each other's progress and how the one FOP thing is coming together. And so basically, even if it's like three separate teams, everything links to one main event or like one main team, which I think is Kairos. Yeah, so based on that, what I can do is we can all work together to work along the team. And I know that REG is going to be like a showcase of all the events that happen for Scam OG. It's Scam Sao and Sci-Fi, so it's like a story. Then Flag is going to be like an intermediate to collect money to get the weapon to remove and eradicate the villain. So I have a rough idea of what one FOP is going to be like. So my part in it would just to be ensure that my subcom is aware of the VP FOP's vision for one FOP and ensure that we follow according to his. But at the same time, sci-fi would eventually still be my camp. So if I have any opinions, any thoughts on any themes, anything that I want to change, I will also let the VP FOP know. I won't make decisions without letting him know because his opinions matter. Then I will talk to the sci-fi, the scam director and sound director and ask for their progress and if they got any feedback or any opinions about it as well. And yeah, I'll work very closely with all the directors under freshman orientation program and VPFOP so that his vision can come to life, but also have like a touch of our own visions and aspirations for it. So
Okay, so my second question. You know what step up is?
step up,
Yeah.
like the walking event.
Okay, it's like a marathon.
Flag,
but
right?
Yeah, it's under flag lah. So step up is after sci-fi, and normally it has really low turnout rates. The flag director asked if it's possible to integrate a segment about flag within sci-fi camp. What's your course of action?
As a SAMC member, my responsibility not only lies with sci-fi, but with also everyone here, and it's important that I help out everyone. So in the case that the flag director asks for a small segment to introduce Step Up to the sci-fi freshies, I think it is possible because when we plan our day-to-day timeline, there's always some buffer time indicated for like changing of locations, or let's say when they move back to the new venue, or let's say they come back to the LT itself, they have like a 10-15 minutes buffer time. So I'm not saying that we should only allocate the buffer time to them. We can set aside like 5-10 minutes. I feel like 5-10 minutes won't really affect much of the timeline. So we can include like the buffer time, and we can allocate some time for the flag director to talk about Step Up, because at the end, the success of Step Up is not just for the flag directors, for the entire of SAMC. So I could propose a 10-15 minute presentation for Step Up so that the flag director can talk more about it. But at the same time, it's not just my own decision to make. I need to ask my programs, I need to ask my logistics people, and I need to make sure that we do have time for it, because we are not allowed to overrun, because international freshmen, they may or may not know how to get around Singapore. Like, it's still very new to them. So I obviously had to check in with my OGLs. I need to check in with my subcom members, ensure that if we have enough time or not. In the case that we do have enough time, we can let it happen. But at the same time, if this flag segment, the Step Up, the request is very, very last minute, like 1 day before the camp or like 2 days before the camp, then it will be very, very hard for us to plan also, because we already have like a set of things to do, and we are probably going to be following that. But if the request is like well long before, then obviously then we can just factor in some time for that. And in the case that we are unable to talk about Step Up, we are unable to have a short segment on Step Up, what we can do is we can ask the OGLs to introduce it to the OGs. And I feel like that is also like an effective way, because the OGLs can talk them to it, they can let them know more about Step Up, the event. And I think it's better to hear it from OGLs than it is to hear it from like obviously they should hear from the flag director, but like OGLs, they make or break OG's experience and OGLs hearing it from them, like hearing about scam from my OGLs, like it really, right from my OGLs really made me want to join. So obviously if we hear from like OGLs, they might have a higher chance of joining also. So maybe we can get the OGLs to talk to them about Step Up and introduce the event also, in the case we cannot have a short segment.
Hi, Larishan Chloe, Year 1 Data Science and Analytics have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, sci-fi is oversubscribed, and the amount of goodie bags that you order is insufficient. List out your course of action.
If sci-fi is oversubscribed and the amount of goodie bag is insufficient, what we can do is, firstly, I can let BPFOP know that we are oversubscribed because it's very important that he knows. And then what we can do is obviously the goodie bags we can check in on Scamp and Sao if they have any spare goodie bags, if they have any excess or any extras that they can lend us, because anyways if they have any goodie bags left and we don't use it, it's a waste of money and logistics, so we can might as well check in on that. And so if in the case we do have good extra goodie bags, then good for us, we can pass it on to the new members. But one issue is sci-fi is oversubscribed, means a lot of students joined and we don't plan with estimates. So it's always good to plan based on estimates. So we have a rough estimate of 200 people will join, then we can order 200 goodie bags. But in the case that more than 200 people join, that means there's some problems with like maybe the forms, maybe like the emails that we send out, maybe there's something to do with like closing of form or payment links that didn't happen the way they were supposed to. Like from previous year, I know that there were some issues with the forms because some people initially they wanted to go sci-fi, but then they decided not to. But in the end, they showed up and then they said, "Oh, I paid now, so I want to join now." So that also leads to like a lot of issues. So and that kind of led to oversubscription also, but they already had like some spare goodie bags and they ordered based on estimates. So to avoid the issue of oversubscription, I believe that we can plan with estimates and ensure and check in with my secretary as to why we are oversubscribed. Is it anything related to the form, anything related to the payment? Ensure that they are, ensure that everything is going according to plan, and yeah, just ensure that the oversubscription it doesn't happen in real life. And if it does, we can tap in on Scamp and Sao and see what we can do for the goodie bags lah. And as long as we have enough merch for like the actual day, like to provide for their shirt, to provide for like the day outfits, as long as we have enough for that, I think as far as that we can work with that for the while. Then the goodie bags, what we can do is if they can't collect it on the actual day of the camp itself, we can ask those that couldn't collect it to come back another day after camp to come back and collect, so that they also receive it, because they pay money, then they shouldn't walk away without anything. So we can just give the goodie bags to them after we acquire them like on another day if we don't have any spare from Scamp and Sao. So yeah.
Okay. We have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee Pujita Balaji Balaji for the portfolio of Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Management Committee. Triple.
Science Faculty Induction Director for the 46 Science Management Committee.
We have a second for this motion, Dylan.
I, Losashan Dylan, Year 1 licenses, would like to second this motion.
Dylan, come here, please.
What? Open this. I cannot.
Can call. Wait, let me mute it.